Hey, Darkstar here. Gonna try to get a 3-star rating on my Class E twin jet, or I guess jet at all, because this doesn't have two jets, it only has one. So right now I have 2-star rating. Let's see, let me share it here. So there's our 2-star rating. So let's see if we can do this. I almost did it last time, but not quite. Alright, let's see what Neofly is saying here. We just need to...
Now that the engine is running, taxi to the runway. Don't exceed 25 knots while taxiing. Align with the runway and take off.
Okay, so I tried to do this before, and my touchdown needs to be 50 feet per minute or less, and I hit 63. Taxi too fast. I'm gonna get on the end of the runway, and then I will line up and get everything ready. The nice thing about the Vision Jet is it will pass the turn test by itself. Mostly use the autopilot, but this test does take a little while. And I'm not sure how many times I'm willing to run it. I just did one. So this will be my second try, and then I might do a third. And then I might just give up. Not a super long runway here either. Okay, so I don't recall exactly what they had me do. I think it seems like at first you climb out to about 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and get our fuel on board. I got 2 people maybe, but I think it's only registering 70 pounds. I don't think it actually counts the other person. This does have an RNAV approach, which is kind of nice. So let's send that to avionics, I guess. We're just barely in the line here. Alright, so we just want to get our altitude up to... It's 10,000 feet above ground level, which is annoying, but it's pretty flat here. We're about 800 feet. But I think on that last run, like 10.5 was enough. Nobody has joined yet, but they can join us in flight. Because the momentous occasion doesn't come for a while. Okay, let's see. Let's go and arm auto throttle and takeoff mode. And we want manual speed, I think. Just go ahead and go 165. Because I don't want to go any faster than that later on. Alright, we're going to start off on this heading, straight ahead. So we'll go heading mode, and here we go. Did put it on calm weather, so we're hopefully not fighting the winds too much. Looking for 85. And start our rotate.
We are now in the air. Remember that here at Neofly, we have to take care of our cargo and passengers. Don't bank or pitch too much for the entire flight. Now climb to 3,000 feet AGL.
Climbing. Now it said 3,000, but I think it's immediately going to clear us for 10,000. We'll see. I can always hit Alt here. We need to hold. Let's go ahead and go FLC. So that's going to override our default takeoff mode. One thing I have not figured out is a good way to limit your angle. One thing we could try to do, like I bet if we put
now do a U-turn. Remember to watch your bank angle.
Okay, what if we put in like 1,000 feet? That's that. Okay, I don't like this, so... I could have sworn I put it on FMS. Why did it switch to manual? Okay, with that we'll go 140. Go ahead and get our flaps up. And then we basically want to turn to the south. I honestly typically have better luck just hand flying these. But it works okay in the Vision Jet. And if you can do half bank angle, that works as well. This one doesn't have half bank angle, but
Now climb to 9,000 feet AGL. Maintain the same heading.
All right, 9,000 AGL. So that should, in theory, be 9.8, right? But we'll see. I saw the announcement today. They were looking at adding one of the Embraers, I can't remember what it's called. Proteon 600? Something along those lines. That will be nice. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it. Still up here, but whichever one it was, it's a little bit bigger vision jet than, bigger vision jet. A slightly bigger jet than the Longitude, so more range, more payload capacity. So that'll be a nice addition to the, hopefully the career mode, as well as things like Neofly. Even at climbing at almost 2,000 feet per minute takes a while to get up there, doesn't it? I am so close to ranking up as well. So here's my current rank. I'm at 25,948 experience out of 30,000. So that's like 2 to 3 more big missions. I get almost 2,000 experience for a long mission. Like I did one today that was, I think, 7 hours. Forgot about that. Okay, that's a 1,000-foot warning. Which is not confirmed we are done yet.
Now, fly a complete circle and maintain the exact same
9.8.
altitude.
It was 9.8, so. So let's start a 360. Trying to watch out for any visitors to say hi. I do like runways that are north-south aligned for these tests. It makes it really easy to remember. Alright, there's a 180. Wish we could descend while we do this circle. Yep, out there, I guess. we lose the light, I might have to change the time back a little bit. Oh, these touch and goes are tough to make less than 50
Now
feet
go
per
back to the
minute.
departure airport. Align with the runway and do a touch and go. A landing vertical speed of more than minus 400 feet per minute will not allow you to pass the qualification.
Just gonna do I'll fly out over probably about where that is right now and then loop around, get on the RNAV approach, and we will try to butter our touchdown. I gotta say, I do not, I almost need like another window that's got the, where I can see where the landing gear are so I can really just float over the runway and just barely touch it. Doesn't seem to be easy to do. Any further away from the path, I think. Not much wind. Let's go and get flaps and gear down. Should let us descend faster. Then we will make a turn here. Let's plan on going about 115. I kind of cheat the touch and goes a little bit by carrying a little bit of extra speed and trying to just glance, barely touch the runway surface and then take back up. You don't really have to slow down to full landing speed. Hey, we got a visitor. How you doing? Trying to pass Neofly certification test here. So we got to do a touch and go at less than 50 feet per minute.
Vertical track.
So I'm trying to watch the chat and fly, but feel free to say hi or not. All right, we got our gear down. We got first 1 notch of flaps. We're only going to go to 1 notch of flaps for the touch and go. Let's actually not do VNAV. I want to do vertical speed and go just a little bit faster down. I want to catch our glide slope here, and I'll just activate approach mode. There we go. Let the autopilot get the plane all nice and trimmed out. So I'll slow down to 105. Yeah, it's probably enough, right? One problem is there's not trees right in front of the runway like there is sometimes, but there's some, we can't come in at as short of an angle as I would like, and our runway here is a little short. I guess it's not that short, 3,600 feet. I thought it was closer to 3,000. Not any difficulty landing on it, that's for sure. It's just to try and barely touch the runway, I kind of need to come down and then fly over the runway a little ways and ease my plane down. Like I said, first attempt failed, so although technically that would have been my second attempt because I already had a 2-star. Got another 2-star rating. Going for 3 because that should up my experience on each of these longer flights. Maybe I shouldn't fly the glide slope. Maybe I should get a little low and I don't know. Let's see, can we turn off the throttle here? Yes, that's throttle off.
Don't sink. 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 Don't sink.
Super annoying.
Don't sink. 500. Don't sink. 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 Don't sink.
All right, here we go.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't
barely
sink.
touch the runway and
don't
then pull back
sink.
up.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
And that ground effect makes this so hard. Come on.
Well done. You can
What'd I
now
get?
fly a traffic pattern and do your final landing.
What do we get? What do we get? 91! Dang it. Okay.
Your bank angle was too high. Failed
Yeah,
qualification.
well.
You can go land and go to the parking.
Yeah, well, I already didn't get my 2 stars, so my bank angle is too high. But actually, can we just do...
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. 500. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
I wish we could shut that off.
Don't sink. Don't sink. 500. Don't sink. Don't sink.
I have no idea where this runway is. Where is my runway? There it is. Alright, gear down. Hello, visitor. So I'm trying to 3-star this certification in Neofly. So I just failed one, so I have to fly it again. So just getting back to the right end of the runway here. We'll try again in a moment. Alright, we have to shut off the plane. Get the mission back here. Hey, we might accomplish a daily goal.
First step, start your engines according to the aircraft procedure.
Alright.
Now that the engine is running, taxi to the runway. Don't exceed 25 knots while taxiing. Align with the runway and take off.
Alright, so we're going to run this again. Fuel on board, confirm. Don't care about that. That's done. 1774. Accept initialization. Now we're gonna need to climb up to 9,800. We're gonna go auto throttle. We're gonna up our speed a bit. takeoff mode. Hold this heading. And yeah, it's good for now. So we have to do the whole test again. Good practice, right? Alright. 85. Rotate.
We are now
Gear
in
up.
the air. Remember that here at Neofly, we have to take care of our cargo and passengers. Don't bank or pitch too much for the entire flight. Now climb to 3,000 feet AGL.
I'm going to go ahead and arm the autopilot. And then go into FLC mode. We have red on the gear. That's not good. I didn't do any hard landings. Landing gear is up. Go and bring the flaps up too. Okay. It's up now. And this lowered our speed back down. Even though I have it on manual, it changed it on us. So I need to watch that. 160 is probably plenty. So, hello visitors. So this should be 3,800 should hit the 3,000 foot, and then it should say climb to 9,000 feet AGL. And before I haven't had to pause.
U-turn. Remember to watch your bank angle.
U-turn. Okay, 3,000, then U-turn, then 9,000. And if you get too far off this altitude, they will fail you. I tested that before. Okay, 3,000 U-turn, 9,000, 360, touch and go.
Now climb to 9,000 feet AGL. Maintain the same heading.
So ground level here is about 800, so 9,800 has been working-ish. So charter VIP, I haven't done much career mode in the past few days since they fixed charter VIP. So, but it might pay better than medium cargo now. I'm not really sure. I was doing mostly in the Pilatus PC-24. So, yeah, just a lot of medium cargo missions. I work from home, so I can let it fly all day, and then I can just do land and take off and let it fly. So I do that a lot. Like today I did a 7.5 hour flight. You know what? It just, autopilot while I'm working. And then towards the end of my day, I went and landed. And then I switched to this. But that was in Neofly as well. So I was doing, I guess I'm doing these VIP passenger ones in Neofly, mostly in the Longitude. I really wish they would enable the Longitude in career mode. Again, they had it and then they took it away, but PC-24 is pretty close. But I've got a very long longitude mission to do once I can 3-star this thing. But I want to try to get the bonuses maxed out. I don't know if you've ever played Neofly, but like in this certification, like let's say I've got 2-star here, so I get plus 20% reward. At 3-star I get plus 30%. And your experience bonus for 3-star is, I don't know, just a little bit more. It's not really that big of a deal, but that's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, I mean, I probably did medium cargo missions for a good month to get enough for a 737. And then I crashed my 737, and that was my fault. But insurance is broken on the 737, so that cost me another 50 million. So I got it repaired, and now I'm kind of afraid to fly it. I tried to do a mission like yesterday or the day before in the 737, and it just, like, I landed it. I made it all the way. The autopilot tried to kill me, but it didn't complete the mission. Yes, you have to check both the departure and the arrival runways in those missions, because it will try to land you very short. And I've got distracted here, so I don't know what this thing's doing. I think I need to go up a little bit more. Let's just go up.
Now, fly a complete circle and maintain the exact same altitude.
All right, here comes the 360. The other problem with PC-24 is that you can't skip to descent. Well, you can, but if you do, when you land, you won't have steering. So one way to get around that is just drive off the runway, and you'll get a excursion from the one runway, and then you can skip to parking. So it reduces your reward a little bit, but I don't worry about that so much. Yeah, they've got to fix that whole passenger mission thing, though. It's so flaky. I'd give Airbus as a try. I have not been a big fan of the 737, but a lot of that's just because it's been so buggy. Can't get anything to complete. mean, I'd even be pretty happy if they would do like the Longitude, and then they have that new Embraer
Now go
something
back to the
600.
departure airport. Align with the runway and do a touch and go. A landing vertical speed of more than minus 400 feet per minute will not allow you to pass the qualification.
All right, ear flaps. Yeah, I wish what is that? What is that new one? Embraer something 600. Not the Legacy. Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than the Longitude. Yeah, you'll get all kinds of other dings as well. Some planes work. Alright, let's start slowing down.
Vertical track.
Still descending. We want to get in approach mode here pretty soon. Actually, maybe I should have just enabled approach mode. Where is my... Getting kind of foggy out here or something. Yeah, or even like the lease thing. Speaking of which, I probably need to pay some loans back at Neofly. Get them off my books. Okay, so this is the touch and go. The goal here is to touch down at less than 50 feet per minute. So far I have not managed this feat. Approach mode is armed. We're at 21-ish. path is armed. Should intersect the glide path about here. Yeah, it will float down the runway. And since this is just a touch and go, I don't need to land, I just need to barely touch the ground. And so far I've not managed it. I got 63 feet per minute, which was aggravating. And then this last one I did worse, I got 90 something. It is really hard to just barely touch the runway. Okay, dialing the FMS speed down to about 110. Let's try 105. Yeah, it has a lot of ground effect. It will fly down the runway. You have to almost like
Don't
nose
sink.
it back down.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
All right.
Don't sink.
Auto throttle
Don't
off.
sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. 500. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
I wish I wouldn't do
Don't
that.
sink. Don't 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 sink.
Come on.
Well done. You can now fly a traffic pattern and do your final landing.
Okay, what did we get? $56. Come on. That hurts. Oh my goodness. Brutal. Oh, that's just rude. I don't think I'm going to do it again though. I think I'm going to switch back to my longitude and get ready for my long flight. Yeah. just gonna turn and do a short final here. Gear down. Flaps. Past the glide slope a little bit. Oh yeah, some of those things are so high off the ground. And then you fly this thing, which is pretty low. It's like so low to the ground.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
I wonder why he does that
sink.
sometimes.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't 500. Sink. Don't 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 sink.
All right, gears down, flaps
don't
down.
Sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
I'm not sinking.
Don't sink.
I'm
don't
landing.
Sink. Don't 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 sink.
Well done. Now taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
I'm not gonna taxi all the way back though. I'm just gonna pull off the side. Neofly doesn't care.
Congratulations. You passed your qualification. Have a nice day.
Well, we'll try again another time. So now what I'll do is I'll start a longitude flight. We are in KGFK. KGFK. Grand Forks. That's picking 35 left for us. Okay. And let's see, we need to move our crew member back, or our main guy, I guess, whatever, to KGFK and put him in our longitude. And then we can take a mission. All right, let's see, we're going to EGKB.
Hello, Captain. Nice to see you again. Captain, we have royalty on board today. The security team have carried out the necessary security checks, and we are now ready. Roll out the red carpet. VIPs are on the way.
Grand Forks Tower Dark Star Delta Sierra Tango 5711 ready for IFR departure runway tree 5L.
Dark Star Delta Sierra Tango 5711, altimeter 29er. 9er 2, cleared for takeoff runway tree 5L.
Cleared for takeoff runway tree 5L Dark Star Delta Sierra Tango 5711.
Transporter from dispatch. Everyone is on board. Let's go.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
Okay. Steering out of the way. And we have to get the weights up. See where we are after that. Alright, we just need a little bit of cargo. We need 111 pounds in each one. Alright, we got our Alright, our destination airport is ILS enabled. We have an automatic thing. I'm gonna go VFR since this is free flight. And we'll do 41. This is super painful. Getting your altitude dialed in. Okay. I have an automatic disconnect on the auto throttle for this, but I don't have a way to turn it on, so I always have to go here and enable it. And then we want takeoff mode. We're going to start off by flying runway heading, and then we will see where we go from there. 1,000 pounds in crew, 7 passengers, with like 225 cargo, something like that. Well, weather automatic, use relative temperature, runway. We're missing something here. Origin? Did we not get the weight? Oh, it didn't take weight for some reason. We need to FOB sync. Next. Weather. Now we can take off. So rotate at 106. Okay. Accept initialization. Full screen on the map. How are we looking? I think we got autopilot set up, we got our nav set up. We are good to go. We got auto throttle enabled. We have the parking brake on still, so take that off. I've got brake control. And off we go.
Pilot, good flight. Watch your bank angle.
Flaps up. No pilot is engaged. And we can try
Dark Star
nav
Delta
mode.
Sierra Tango 5, 711, contact Minneapolis Center on 124. Good day.
The blue lines here. It's funny how sometimes they're so dense. Sometimes there'll just be a few of them. I don't know what this does.
Dark Star Delta Sierra Tango 5, 711. Did you copy?
124. 2 Dark Star Delta Sierra Tango 5, 711.
1242. Leave them hanging. Why? What is going on with my speed? It should have been in auto throttle mode. Auto throttle is engaged. I guess we already got dinged now, might as well. Oh, you crashed on the ground and then it threw you up in the air like flying super fast. Yeah. When you're in free mode, it spawns you up. If you crash, right? It spawns you back in the air. So I'm not sure what happened there with the throttle. It should have been auto. I mean, auto throttle was on. It just decided throttle speed should be really, really high. Well above 10K now, though. One place you can really see the frame generation is like in the numbers. Like they just go blurry when the numbers are changing. I don't know if you can see it on the stream as well, but no, they're not too bad up close. I guess because the frames are, there's less change per frame since the numbers are moving a smaller distance. As I move back, yeah, now they go all blurry right here. I suppose it could be just the game and not also frame gen, but so are we looking at any weather here? I don't think so. Alright, well this is going to take quite a while to fly, so I was going to go get some dinner and yeah, framed in. I mean, overall it does pretty good and it gives me like a nice boost, so I'm, you know, holding right now 20 frames a second. And for most stuff it's okay. Like most things aren't changing on the screen right now, so it's fine. It's just like the quick moving numbers and things like that. And also sometimes when you're out here, especially at night, and you're moving, I'll see some artifacting in the plane. It's doing pretty good right now. Gonna be dark soon. Get this up to flight level 410 and then, like I say, probably take a break here. I think this should be like a 6 or so hour flight, so I'm not going to live stream the whole thing, but I'll be back later this evening to land it. Probably won't stream that. Well, thanks for popping by, saying hi. I was hoping to catch my 3-star jet on the recording, but no luck. I guess I could just leave the live stream up and see how it goes. Yeah, another interesting challenge one was the, and I need to go back and try to 3-star it as well, but the military plane one, that one was different. To 3-star it, you have to, at the end of the flight, once you pass the other things, you have to dive down to under 500 feet and try to keep your speed above 500 first of all, but above 600 apparently to get 3 stars. So I got 2 stars. I didn't know about the greater than 600 speed because I didn't pay attention like I should have, but yeah. And I haven't found a good plane to do this in. Just kind of waiting. Kind of spendy to go try it. And then, like, you know, most everything's 2 stars, but I did get a 3-star in this one. I flew this one in the Diamond 62, so like this one, the DA 62. And I had it was at an airport with a really long runway, and I was able to just kind of barely graze the runway and get credit for it. I wish there was a voice chat too. Thought about maybe working on a Discord. It's about time to serve an in-flight meal here. Whoa, that's a lot of chicken wings. Oh yeah. It's tempting, it's tempting. Because I really want something longer range than the Longitude, and maybe with a little bit more cargo, but that I can do, I don't know, more, I guess more passenger missions. I don't really like the cargo ones so much. I don't even like doing the market thing. I did it for a while at the beginning, but it really doesn't seem to pay off that well. Like even with a premium item like caviar. Like there's, let's see if we look for caviar. Like the buy and sell price, like only 100 each. Like I'm making 500,000, you know, 400,000 on a mission. Yeah, and the Longitude was a pretty penny too. I think like 2.5 million deposit on a rental one. And then I have a rental Vision jet, and then I bought a helicopter. Level out. What I don't like, I don't mind the grind itself so much. What I don't like is having to do the long flights in between. I wish there was a way to focus more on, like, procedures should be worth a lot more than they are. If you don't use Control E to start the plane and you go through the checklist and you flick each switch and it could somehow notice that, that should be worth your time, right? And then take off, climb, you know, get to your cruise altitude and then focus on the descent. I don't, like the cruise isn't really the hard part, you just put it on autopilot. Even most of the climb is autopilot, so. Except in the little planes. That was my first 2 days in Neofly was flying just the 152. No autopilot, just, you know, short hops here, there and back. Trimming the plane out. That's kind of fun. It's just not worth very much. And then that you get that bump up when you get the 172. You get a little autopilot, a little more range, a little more cargo. And it's all downhill from there. Have you flown any of the cargo planes in Neofly? Did you feel like that was worth it? Is there anything worth looking into? I like the PC-12. I wish I had a Bombardier. Yeah. Yeah, you have to really work on the trim. I live streamed all those early missions, so they should all be out there. Well, not every single one. I did some grinding in between, but I live streamed most of it. I mean, on the lower end, I think there's some more affordable, like I can't afford that. I probably have about, I don't know, 8 million I could get together right now. I guess I'm getting in range of that, but... Oh, yikes. Did you back up your Neofly? Because you can back it up and then restore. If I mess up really bad, I usually restore something. Or worse, if the game messes up. But I guess I'm saving up for a 737. See if Neofly 737s can do a little better. Like I said, I'd like to get one of these planes, but I don't own it. I don't know if it's available in the marketplace yet. Like a Bombardier 6000 or the Gulfstream, which I don't think they have. I was looking it up a little bit today, and like apparently Gulfstream doesn't want it to be in flight sim. Okay. Watch me crash my system here. Well, one thing in Neofly is it's a little easier to pick missions, right? Because you click on it and you can see the longest runway here, and at least Neofly 4. So I have hard runways on, ILS filter on, lights, fuel, and ATC. So all these missions will have all of those things at every airport. So that makes it pick bigger airports. And then you also want to increase your distance, right? So you want to pick potentially longer distance ones. So doing those really help my get better missions. I was thinking about buying the extensions to Neofly, get the AI pilots, let them fly something around for a while. Might increase my earnings faster. I haven't decided to pull the trigger on that yet. I mean, you could change the time of day. Since you're flying in free mode. Like right now I've got clear skies on. Because I don't want to fight the 200 knot tail, headwinds right now. I mean, there are a lot of missions I just won't take. It's like, that's not a good airport, but I also kind of like to fly into some of the more difficult ones. If I think it's doable anyway. I do not own it. I just enabled it because I wanted to see what it looked like in the game, like how much it cost and all that. So the global 6,000 is what it was. So if this becomes available in the marketplace, I want to get it because I'd like to fly it in Neofly at least. It's got over triple the payload of the Longitude and double the range. But I can afford it right now. Or at least a rental one. There is, I've not done any. Says cargo sensitive express airline humanitarian. Well, it's type firefighter, but it doesn't list firefighter as a mission type. What's that weird firefighter when the AT something? Yeah, so it doesn't say fire, so my guess is it would not. There, 804. I can't remember what that bigger one is. I did find the smaller one. It said fire, so I'm gonna guess that without fire it wouldn't work. Fire. These don't say fire, these do. But the super tanker did not say fire. Even though it says type firefighter, I don't know what it would do. My guess is without that being listed on there, it won't do it. Yeah, maybe. How do those work normally? I never really thought about it. Do they have to land and fill them up and then go do a dump? Yeah, that might be the difference then. I forgot to switch to standard pressure, but we're already at standard pressure, so. I wonder if this is going to give me overspeed. I'm a little worried it might. Come on, slow down. Watch me lose this plane because the game decides you're going too fast, you're dead. Something that might be kind of fun multiplayer is to have like a giant fire where you need like a whole bunch of people to take tankers and air tractors and everything and work on fighting it as a group. I wonder if they'll eventually do like group events like that. Might have to sim rate this to get it in before midnight. So it was able to simulate a large fire? That's interesting. Maybe I should try one. Is that a star or the moon? Looks like a star. There's a bug. There's some weird effect right there. I love the Belt of Venus effect they have. Oh, that's mean. That's hilarious. Level of detail thing on the plane. So from this angle you can see the like individual faces on the thing, but if I go in one notch, then it loads the full higher res detail. It goes away. Some stuff up here changes too. Seems like that's probably a bug. Be a little further away before it drops down in detail. I think they're supposed to work on it as part of SU2. Get heavy cargo enabled. I'm hoping they'll get the citation enabled for career mode as well. I didn't think I was going to like this one as much as I do. I don't like the CJ4 that much because it has the Boeing FMC style flight computer. Either give me the old style, like analog instruments, like the Saab 340 has. I like the Saab 340 in career mode, but it doesn't have much range. It only has like 800 nautical mile range. But that, or like one of these, like with the glass cockpit. Smart avionics. My understanding is the planes were just too buggy. And if they're too buggy for that, like compared to the 737 missions, that's pretty bad. We definitely need more planes to bridge between like the PC-24 and the 737. It may just be in career mode. I like flying around in the Caribbean, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, the Keys, all those islands. I hit a place the other day that was pretty cool. Let me see if I can find what it was. Not finding it. Some little island I flew into. What was that place called? LPPI. I think that's what it was. What did I say? LPPI, not K. LPPI. Pico Airport. It's a little island owned by Portugal. It was really pretty flying into it though. There's some Pacific islands that are little more than airstrips from the old World War II days. So this is Pico Island. I'm out there in the middle of nowhere. I think my approach took me out over this island and then came in like this way. So flying over all of these is pretty cool. Really pretty out here. So if you want a scenic island to fly into, give that one a shot. I think it even has an ILS. It was a bit of a hike out there. Kind of east coast to out to that island in the longitude. The funny thing is, it turns out I had clicked on the wrong mission. And so I took like 6 people out to that island, and that wasn't their destination, so I just dumped them off on the island and took a different mission and flew out of there. Just me, or are the recognition lights on this really, really faint? Is that all there is? There's green and red. Milky Way. Oh, don't see the moon. See the ghosting of the plane at night, though. I'm okay with that. Let's turn this off, though. Oh no! Didn't have your backup anywhere? I think my mic was going out there. So no backup of your Neofly save? That would suck. Although I guess if you're just gonna add cache anyway, it's okay. I should set mine up so that it copies it into the cloud every once in a while. I have almost nothing on this computer and I'm using 2 terabytes now. Where did it all go? I wonder what would happen if you started on that island. I don't know how many airports there are out there. I started in Alaska, that was kind of fun. Where are the most lucrative missions? Have you done the thing in Neofly where you can do the AI pilots? Yeah, EU is pretty fun. Watch out for the Alps though. In those little planes. Do they make much money? Trying to decide if I want to invest in it and let it build up some cash for me. Because if the missions will work, I would do like, I could start a 737 flight at night and then wake up in the morning and finish it. And then kind of do other things in between. But otherwise, I don't even know if I want a 737. suppose it wouldn't hurt to toss some cash their way anyway, whatever, however it works out. I've gotten more than one movie's worth of enjoyment out of it, I guess. Oh, co-pilot, yeah. Like this plane, you have to have a co-pilot. It won't let you do missions in it unless you have a co-pilot. So like I have a co-pilot and a flight attendant. People are hungry. Let's see. I forgot a flight attendant. Oh no! Okay, I guess people go hungry. I forgot to put flight attendant in. Whoops. Normally I try to fly with 2 flight attendants, but if you have 7 passengers, I can only hold 1. And I was shifting them around because I'd flown with 1 and they were tired, like Nor here. So I meant to switch them around and I forgot to put this one in the plane. Oopsie. So, wait, why did this start going back up? Nor started... How? That's weird. Okay. Oh, I think am I looking at the wrong? No. It's bugged. So I have a ghost flight attendant apparently. I guess they're too good to do flight attendant stuff. I would do it, but the it won't let me. But it's totally bugged. I have a ghost flight attendant. Unfortunately, she is exhausted. Right, because it's Nor. So, and Nor is like at 26%. Whoops. So hard to grab that window. I need to grab some more. But yeah, if you buy the something, then you can actually have AI pilots that fly the plane and earn money for you. Kind of like passive income in the career mode, except I think you don't even have to. You don't have to be flying a plane. You can just let them fly. I think the only thing you have to do is they'll get tired. So you have to swap them around and give them assignments. And from what I also understand, you can jump into the middle of their flight and kind of like, you know, take over the last part of it or whatever. So I was thinking if I could have them do the long haul flight and then jump in and land it, that might be more fun. You have to pay money for that. You have to buy the whatever. I forget what they call it, but I think it's pilot mode or something. Store by perks. Yeah, so you have to buy pilots, I think. There's like $10 for this one and like 20 for both. You get a little bonus money too. And one free plane. Do I get to pick the plane? We'll take one of the most expensive planes. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll do that. I want to see what happens if I jump into the middle of a flight. I think Sim Update 2 beta is supposed to start like maybe this week even? I don't think anything's confirmed yet, but okay, I found this plane that they're supposedly working on. Not exactly sure how to say that, but that one. Barcelona? So 4,000 pound cargo up from 2,500 in the longitude that I'm flying here. Same service ceiling. Can hold a couple more people. Might be faster, I think. But longer range too. Not by a whole lot, but it's not that 6,000 nautical miles in the Bombardier, but if they could get this in, and if I could get a Bombardier, that would be nice. It's getting very dark. It's been kind of fun watching the light diminish and the stars come out, though. Really see the Milky Way. But I think it's time to bring in some light. Let's see. Catch some early morning light here. Clearly gonna have to restart after this because things are bugged. Yeah, Barcelona seems like a good place to start. Got some islands not too far away and everything too. So I guess I'm gonna have to sim rate to get this done tonight. Because otherwise it's gonna land in the middle of the night here, 6 hours. Be like 1:30 a.m. for me. Run for a while. Another thing that would be fun is multi-crewed planes. You could actually, like if you could join as a co-pilot. Obviously not by force, but if we could somehow cooperate on it and have people join as co-pilot that you trust. Would be nice. Now look at that though. I have to say, like, I get really annoyed with the bugs and everything, but that is some beautiful scenery. To have, like, the whole Earth at, you know, at least this is like a minimal level of quality. Like co-pilot and VATSIM, or I mean I know they have like real life people playing ATC, and they talk to ATC, right? I'm beyond ATC. I could fire that up. Let me work on that real quick. I have to do a sim brief. How do we do this? Problem is it's going to yell at me about everything. Say if I share this, is this gonna get my account hacked or whatever? I don't know. I don't trust it. Let's see, KGFK 2. EGKB. try that again. KGFK to here. I would load the flight plan in here, but it crashes sometimes when I do that, so I don't want to load it. But maybe I don't think it's going to be similar enough. Maybe I could enter this one. Let's see, Burno, Yak, YPO, Grand, Helmo. I'm gonna skip the ones that are like numbers. Kuvox, PTH. And Zabro. This has us coming in on runway 21. And then we generate flight. I don't know if you've seen Beyond ATC or not.
Beyond ATC connected.
We're in the cruise phase. Get on a radio here. Winnipeg Center. November 700 Sierra Bravo at flight level 410.
November 700 Sierra Bravo, reset transponder. Squawk 0411.
0411, November 700 Sierra Bravo. I don't remember what I just said. 0411.
November 700 Sierra Bravo, Winnipeg Center, identified.
Yeah, so it's kind of fun. The en route, not as much fun. You really just get handed off from center to center to center. But it's gotten better lately. It can be kind of sketchy on vectoring you onto final and stuff. I've had mixed results, but it's better than the built-in ATC. Oh, one funny thing about the Longitude that's not done right is the clipping. So you can just go anywhere you want in the whole plane, even outside the plane. You can fly through the engine. Fly through the wing. There's a lot of stuff modeled inside. Like just for, you know, like panels that you open from the outside, like this one. It's still there.
November 700 Sierra Bravo, you're off course. Cleared direct Helmo. Resume own navigation.
Cleared direct Helmo. Resume on navigation, November 700 Sierra Bravo.
November 700 Sierra Bravo, contact Montreal Center 132.1, bye-bye.
Montreal Center on 132.1. November 700 Sierra Bravo. Montreal Center, November 700 Sierra Bravo, with you at flight level 410.
November 700 Sierra Bravo, Montreal Center, radar contact.
Yeah, the whole you're off course thing is annoying. Like, can we just modify my course? Of course, I mean, if you do the whole thing in SimBrief and then you import that flight plan and everything, then you're okay. But when I try to add it in like this, it's always like, you're off course, you're off course. And earlier on, I would try to import the flight plan and it would crash Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I don't do that anymore. I could probably enter like some waypoints and at least fly straight to the next waypoint, but I don't want to. I'll probably just kill it. But I am trying to use it to learn a little bit better ATC communications, but more importantly on the departure and practicing it on the arrival. The in-flight stuff is boring. I wish there was a little more you could do. Montreal Center. Permission to buzz the tower, November 700 Sierra Bravo. They don't really have much of a sense of humor.
Montreal Center, November 700 Sierra Bravo, go ahead.
Okay. Normally it's like, contact approach. I don't know where they are. I could ask them. Montreal Center, what is your latitude and longitude? November 700 Sierra Bravo.
November 700 Sierra Bravo, that information is unavailable.
Guess they don't have it. The other day I found a website where you can stream ATC from different places. I think that might be kind of fun to have as background noise. Like if you could tune into different centers that you're actually flying over and listen to the live, you know, radio chatter. Yeah, it may not have that info in the database. I don't know. Certainly not available to the little query engine that they have. And even though they're using a large language model now, it's still being driven by the same kind of ATC hard-coded logic that they've built in. You can look on the logs and you can see, like, this is what I heard and this is what the language model translated it into. So it'll clean up, you know, things like if you say "oh" instead of 0, it'll convert them back to numbers, and it looks like it's doing a pretty good job of interpreting what you say. It's kind of nice that it logs the raw textual version of what it heard and then what it translated it to, and then but then you can see that it's running some code like I don't remember what they were called. Let me see if I can find one here real quick. Yeah, like running script, request approach change, evaluator script. Running script, approach instruction script. Running script, approach handoff script. Center with you script, verify call sign altitude script. So I think it's got a bunch of stuff built in. And you can see it periodically getting your latitude, longitude, altitude, heading, speed. And then it'll also get meteorological information.
November 700 Sierra Bravo. Contact Montreal Center 119.4. Bye-bye.
Center on 119.4, November 700 Sierra Bravo. That's a dead frequency.
Grand Forks Airport information. Echo 0100 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er.
We got
Sky
ATIS
condition
somewhere.
clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. Altimeter 299er2. 15. Visual runway tree 5.
I still need to learn how to give my like ILS departure information accurately and stuff like that. I'm digging through the logs and everything to find what I should be saying. What do you do on the Neofly search and rescue missions? You just have to fly somewhere and then you see the smoke and you land nearby, or? Something else? Did the exploration mission the other day. I don't know how to get it to pay better, but It barely paid for my trip there and back. Huh. Not just hover and do the hoist? Yeah, I should try a couple of the other mission types. I've done the cargo ones. I did the illicit one where you would deliver pizza. And then some of the passenger ones. That's a long way for search and rescue. That doesn't sound realistic. What do you use for flight controls? I have a Thrustmaster 16,000 kind of thingy. Kind of an entry-level one. That's all I have right now. Really enjoy flying the helicopters, and I'd like to get a good collective and rudder pedals and helicopter-oriented flight controls for that, but the rear poles are really expensive. I could almost buy another PC for the cost of the flight controls. At some point I would like to upgrade these though. Something a little better. Now what missions do I have? You don't happen to know in Neofly if there's some way to search for missions from another airport, do you? Or do you have to only look for the one that your plane is at? I can do the ones like where my helicopter's at. I see a fire zone mission. So like one emergency mission, one fire mission. Bunch of cargo. I don't know what that emergency one is. It just says try to land at these coordinates. That one's only 9 nautical miles from where my helicopter is. Some of the helicopters have like floats. Let me see. Float. See anyone? We obviously have like the seaplanes with floats, but HC2 Beaver. Twin Otter with floats, yikes. Is it H145 or H125? H145. I don't see a 145. 125. H125 is what I own one of. It's the only thing I own in Neofly. Ah, okay. I do not currently own any third-party add-ons. Because I didn't play 2020. I used to play flight sims a long, long time ago. Skipped a couple of generations and now I'm trying 2024. Kind of wishing I got 2020. I don't know, there's some nice things about it. Oh, it's bleak out here over the ocean. Ghost flight attendant task here. Oh, no, I guess we're good for now. Yeah. So I'd kind of like to try the Honda Jet because I really like the Vision Jet. I want to look into that Bombardier, see if they have that, because I'd like to fly that in. Yeah. Is there an Airbus that's smaller? Like, what's the smallest Airbus kind of jet? Because the big planes are just too much work. I guess I would take any Airbus really if it had like the Garmin 5000 avionics or something like that. Is the A319 pretty small? Probably saw as the Airbus avionics. Huh? Oh, that's the one that has the Neo. I've seen that one. They're also expensive. Okay, so let's see. Let's just go by cost here. So A220-300 is the cheapest one. It's pretty damaged. And then next it's an A321. Let's see. 52,000 pounds of fuel, 21,000. So I think this A220-300 is much smaller. But I looked at these guys and they're like, it's not study level, it's just basic sim. So I don't know that this Virtual Co or COL is a very good company to go with. But I think this is more what I'm looking for, right? Something smaller, a little bit bigger than the Longitude. The range on this one isn't much bigger for taking twice as much fuel. I'm guessing payload is a lot bigger. Yeah. No, this one seems in between. A320 Neo. I should turn this virtual call off. I just put it on to see what they would cost. Oh, wait. I wasn't looking at number of passengers either. 137. Like a lot of passengers though. Where, you know, this one's like 9. Zero passengers. Yeah, I don't know. This is like 17. That's like a nice step up. 6,000 nautical miles. Perfect. Insert the in-flight movie. Hey, we're almost to Greenland. Yeah, I don't think any of the Airbuses are going to be that intermediate size. You can get the A320neo and the A380 for free from any builds or something else? Just like a free one. Is Fly-by-Wire a company that makes them? Where's my Greenland, man? See some mountains out that way. That should be it, I think. Yeah, okay. Fly-by-Wire is a company that makes them. Are they on the marketplace now, or you just download those? Open source. Okay, I got a A32NX. I'll install that later. Yeah, so they had an installer version, and at least on this one, you could just download it and install it. I think I'll start with that one. I'm guessing A32NX is the 320 Neo. I'll give it a shot. 1.7 gig, nice. Done. Here comes Greenland. Yeah, I did a test flight of one of the Airbuses that comes with 2024. I did okay with it. It's just, there's a lot of overhead to fly. compared to like the Longitude. You can almost just jump in this thing and take off. What this is doing in my bandwidth. Not too bad. A couple megabytes per second. A couple to 10, I guess. I guess I can. Well, so the other problem with any of those really is being able to afford it within the context of Neofly without cheating Neofly, right? That's one reason I'm looking for something more intermediate, I think. Yeah, which can be fun, and I do wish that both Neofly and Microsoft Career Mode rewarded that. Right? If for those same hours of effort you made the same amount more as you do for flying, I think it would be worth it. Like if you start the plane correctly and get it all set up, you should make a bunch more money than if you just hit Control E. And Neofly needs skip to descent too. Like, let me slew my plane. It's time for naps. Man, what a crazy place, huh? Looks like we got a couple of weird spots out here. Either didn't load or there's something weird going on over there in the game. I don't want to fly over there and see, but might come back later. Oh, I took like an F-18 down to the South Pole, and the world gets really weird down at the South Pole in this game. Like, I was flying straight, but it was like rotating around. Yeah, but for the amount of time, even if you fly in sim rate, I think you make more money if you skip to descent. The problem is the extra that it takes off because you're, over speed on your flaps, over 250 knots below 10,000, plus this, plus that. If your plane doesn't straight up blow up, the nose wheel doesn't work. My last flight in the 737, I landed and the game did not recognize that I had landed at the destination airport. So it still said hit Alt-N to skip to descent. So I'm like, okay, I'll try it. So I did that, and it put me in an okay position. The plane's all misconfigured and stalling out and stuff, but my throttle wasn't working. I disconnected my throttle and reconnected it. Everything on the throttle was working okay. The connection was fine. And if I manually throttled up and moved my throttle, the in plane throttles would jerk back to 0. So basically I didn't really have throttle control, and at that point I just aborted it. I posted that video on my channel, like with all the problems I had. And at one point the autopilot just turns the plane over 90 degrees and starts trying to dive for the ground when I'm at 3,000 feet. Maybe I did something wrong, but I don't know. But before that, the FMC had gone haywire. I hit the VNAV button. Again, this is the 737. I hit the VNAV button to look at the VNAV info, and the execute button light came on. So like, what, pressing the VNAV button doesn't modify the flight. So what was going on there? It's just all kinds of problems. But when I do them in free flight, it seems to work okay. But of course you can't skip to descent in free mode, but you can sloop. Yeah, they need to work on that though. They need to fix the parameters they put the plane at when it skips. And ideally it would kind of start off paused and maybe let you match your throttle to the current throttle in the plane. Like have some way to kind of, get your controls ready. Or something, I don't know. But it could be a little smoother. Or ease in physics or something. Well, I think that's the end of Greenland. It looks both beautiful and terrifying. Like I'd love to go there and explore and stuff, but I have to put on a coat when I get 70 degrees here. Pretty though. Don't know if we'll be able to see Iceland. Should be up that way somewhere. Just off to the left of our heading. Yeah, I think it works okay in like the Cessna 172, if I remember correctly. And it's not the worst in the 737. It puts you further back. But you do it in the PC-12 and it thinks you're in a Cessna 172 and it puts you like, 300 feet from the airport. Like, it doesn't work out so well. I always have to, I can do skip to descent in the PC-12, but I always start pretty much with like a one loop around. So I just kind of brake left and do a 360, get lined up at the airport again. Yeah, you get all kinds of weird things happen. Oh hey, look, we have a multiplayer friend behind us there somewhere. Somebody spawned a plane in over here. I don't know if they're in the air, probably just at an airport. I don't see their tag up here anywhere. Maybe too far away now. I've occasionally seen people. A few weeks ago, so Yeah, I was doing a lot of flying around Alaska when I started my Neofly stuff. And I had somebody pop in and say they saw me flying around Alaska. I was like, that's cool. We should be able to hire blimps and put our stream IDs up on it. Advertising blimps. Let's see, people want food. We're still time skipping, right? Yep. So you know much about England? Do not like these kinds of approaches. I assume there's a reason for it, but you know, I mean, I just want to come in like this and then go straight on, straight into the airport. I can't believe I didn't 3-star that jet landing earlier. That was so annoying. What was that I got? I got 56 feet per minute instead of 50. Yeah, that's where we're flying into here. I do believe. Down here somewhere. What was it called? EGKB. Biggin Hill Airport. I know the big ones, but I've never heard of this one. I don't know the big ends, just the big ones. Let's see. EGKB Airport. London's Biggin Hill Airport. So it looks like this. So I'm guessing we'll be landing on this runway. Have you noticed this effect, that it's smaller down here and bigger up here? Which makes this kind of useless. Like if that's 100 nautical miles, is that 100 nautical miles up here or 100 nautical miles down there? A virtual airline in what? Is that like an on-air virtual airline, or the pilot's life, or something else? I think when you're down near the equator, it doesn't do it as much. Still doing it a little bit, but I seem to spend a lot of time up in this area. I have not heard of that one. Does it sync to your simulator somehow, like Neofly does, or is it completely independent? I am, of course, looking it up. Look at all that dirt and stuff. Ooh, can I use it on a second PC? That would be cool. Yes. Network set up. So what do you think about it relative to like Neofly or one of the others? Whoops. I wonder if that's gonna green flash the stream. Verify where I'm routed to here. Zobro is where? Are we even coming into 21 here? 21. How far back is that? Wow, way up here. Okay. I bypassed all the waypoints in the middle, so I'm flying direct to here, and then it'll follow this on the way in. Okay. I just haven't got into the big airliners. I could see it being a thing. For a while I was into a game called Re-Entry. It's an Apollo era. So Re-Entry. So it's got Apollo, it's got Mercury and Gemini. And if you like procedural kind of stuff, this is the game for you. Because the Apollo capsule is hundreds of switches. And it's all about switching the switches. Very little tiny bits of flying here and there. Mostly, you know, running the Apollo computer and flipping all the switches and flying the mission. So like you can see here, there's like, this is the lunar lander. Just start off on the pad. And I did like that. So I think for the same reason it would be, yeah, it's a game about switching switches and pushing buttons, exactly. But it is hundreds of switches. It takes, well, I can do it now in about an hour, but my first time I think it took 3 hours just to do the pre-flight. And it's probably an hour and a half if you're somewhat careful, but yeah. Now you don't have to do that, right? I mean, there are, you know, you can start at different points. You can start like 10 minutes to launch, and you just run a short checklist and off you go. And it has kind of a neat thing where, you know, similar to how this works. If you've got a checklist, you can, well, in here you can click on this and it'll kind of look at the thing that you need to do, right, and highlight it. In re-entry, like this checklist would have a run mode, and it would put up like a smaller box up here with the next item, and you know, you could turn it on or off, but you can have it like highlight the switches that you're supposed to switch next, and then you can have it auto proceed, so as you do each thing it just proceeds on to the next one. So it would be like it would just run down this checklist and kind of look at each thing. It doesn't look at it, but it highlights the, you know, highlights the switch, and you like with this you kind of get these off-screen like eyes. It has sort of a similar thing where it's like you kind of need to go over there, and then you'll see the highlighted switch, you know, in blue like this. It's kind of similar to that, but so that's kind of cool, especially when you're learning. So I'm going to be off voice here for a little bit, but I'm watching the chat and everything. Yeah, I need a way to make like a laptop be an extra monitor. We need wireless virtual monitors. And there are some ways to do it, but they're not very good right now. What does work very, very well is a program called Mouse Without Borders. I use that between my laptop and my PC. So it lets you, you know, share your mouse and keyboard across multiple computers. I mean, I kind of like doing the certifications, but I don't like the 50 foot per minute cutoff. But also, there isn't that big of a difference between the 2-star and the 3-star, so I guess I'm not that worried about it. I did that Class D certification in the, what is that beast? The Twin Otter. That was a little bit of a nightmare. I had to do it like 5 or 6 times. I'm guessing the King Air is probably the best thing to do it in, but I just don't know that aircraft very well. I don't like the AGL thing. That is annoying. So when I first started taking them, I was over in Alaska and I was kind of in a basin surrounded by mountains. So it's like climbed to 9,000 feet AGL and I'm over a mountain. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Do I have to climb to 20,000 feet? I don't know. I did have to climb pretty high. Yeah, so take it somewhere flat. That's what I started doing. I think what I'm going to do with trying to get the 3-star on the jets is find a really big airport I can take it at. Because with a nice long runway, you kind of just hover down the runway and try to just barely touch down. And not feel so much pressure to get down and back up into the air before I hit the trees. So what are we looking at here? We're getting there. Let's see if I can go up one more notch in sim rate without it blowing up. I'm not sure about is I know I've done this somewhere, but oh, I remember now. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to scroll out and then right click and then use this like a mouse cursor and then zoom in where you want to zoom in. Okay, I think that's our top of descent right there. Right? I think. My cursor's over. Yeah, okay, that's top of descent. See some land down here. So it's Rugby. Seems like that took a very long time. As soon as we get to about here, we can start our descent. So one tip there, if you don't like the 152, you can sell it, take out a loan, and get the 172 pretty much right off the bat. So you might look into that. Alright, we made it to the start of the arrival procedures. It's good to remember how to hand fly things. Alright, I got our platform altitude in. Everything else will hold altitude restrictions automatically, so. We got VNAV armed. Should automatically start descending. One thing I like to do before that is slow down just a little bit. Otherwise, when it starts descending, it'll go over speed. I like to give it a little bit of a buffer. Oh yeah, let's bring up our ILS charts. Runway 21. Minimums. Let's go for 750. It's pretty clear today. I think we should really matter. Let's see if we can do our landing data. So runway 21. There is no weather data, so we just have to make something up. I've got it on calm, so shouldn't be more than 1 knots of wind. Just making numbers up. So I should have 5,900 feet of runway. It's at 532, and it's a 1-3 not degree. Full flaps, no anti-ice. Auto throttle will be off. Approach speed 126. Okay. We can go into our flight plan. One thing I like to do is just put in that approach speed 26. To go a little bit faster on the final approach. Next point. And check our nav. We're at 109.35, 109.35. So we should see IBGH. Once we get close enough, I guess. Our top of descent. Okay, it was between Pedig and Rugby. Simrate a little bit more to get us closer to that top of descent. We are slowed down, we're all set up. Follow the yellow brick road here. We can always speed brake if we need to slow down. And one thing you can help to manage this, if you go into VNav, one, you can set your descent speeds. So like, I've got it at 0.8, Mach 0.8 is kind of my max. So that backs it off of the max speed a little bit. And then at 18,000 feet, I set a 240 knot speed limit. And then if I'm not speed braking or anything, it'll just kind of start slowing down. It won't Like it's not going to be instantly going 240 knots. So by the time you get down to 10,000 feet, you're already below 250 without having to speed brake or your flaps out or anything. You can see right now we're at that 0.8 speed. Of course, as you descend, that will get slower, faster. I don't know. Slower, right? Because this moves up, giving you like you know, think. Whichever way it is, it works out. Has anyone ever flown into Biggin Airport? Oh. I've never flown into the UK. I've flown into Paris. I think that's the only place in Europe I've been. Those messages up there, for anyone who doesn't know, they're Neofly. So drinks, food, movie, pillow, and you've screwed up, emergency, calm people down. So I'm trying to get their happiness up to 100% before we land. I let it kind of drop while I was in transit. Flying around this ring. I think because I've got happy weather on, maybe we turn off happy weather. Let's just see what live weather is right now. Spooky. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get these on. Let's get some light in the cabin. I was kind of hoping for a little worse weather here. Looks like it's pretty good right now. I could put on thunderstorms. Do we want a terrible crash landing into London? the pools of light are kind of a cool effect that they've done. Oh, you know what? I didn't check what the transition altitude is at this particular airport, and it's not where 6,000. Okay, so we'll use 6,000 as our transition altitude. Yeah, have you flown the snow's fun too? But have you flown in the Thunderstorm or anything? Let's see, we have to turn off live weather and then we can go to Thunderstorm. Doesn't seem to be much of a thunderstorm right now, but give it a minute. There's kind of a thunderstorm over here. We may be going around it though. Some lightning. When you're flying through them, you can hear the thunder. Pretty fun. Let's see. I can turn my sound up a little bit if you want. I don't know if we'll be able to hear it or not. Let me know if that's like worse or lightning and snow. Nice. This is pretty tame for the thunderstorm, but we'll give it a shot. I think changing the weather messed it up a little bit. Either that or we're at a soft hold. Yeah, I think we lost our VNav profile. Or maybe I think we're below it, right? The first hold here is at 1,200 feet. Intersect with this, it should lock in. I think it did there. Now our required and target are close to each other. There's some thunder. That was pretty cool. There's a little airport down there. We might get some weather yet. Serious weather right up in here. And I guess it's cold enough out that we probably need to turn on our anti-ice be safe for flying through the thunderstorm. So in the US at 18,000 would be our transition altitude, and we would come off standard barometer setting and go to local. But we'll wait till we hit 6,000. So the next thing we would need to worry about is at 10,000 feet we need to be below 250 knots, but we're already at 240. So we're okay there. And you can see we've got our flap and gear markers on the speed tape here. So below 250 knots we can get flaps 1 out. At 230 we can get flaps 2 in gear. Because we entered the speed restrictions in our flight plan, it should automatically be slowing down as needed. I'm a little curious about this one. It says above 250 technically. Maybe that's even at 250. Could put this up to 250. I would think it would do that automatically, but maybe the VNav one overrides it, I'm not sure. Should be at 12,000 feet, and then there'll be a break. We'll descend to 9,000. And at this one, we need to be going 210. Let's get that label off. You can see the storms better. Picking up the thunder audio, okay? Okay, we're almost to Einem. Yeah. Have you flown the Saab 340? I don't know if you have it or not. It's got like older style avionics in a like a passenger jet. Kind of fun. Okay, we have gone past 12 now. So now I think we need to slow down to 210. Notch of flaps out. Flaps coming down here. This will end our arrival and begin the approach. Yeah, the Twin Otter's wild, huh? about to break 10,000 feet. Still on our V path. Jacko here. I think I can just maybe switch speed back to FMS. Very long straight in, it looks like, in the airport. We've got our minimums at 750. We are waiting to pick up the ILS here. Are we too far out to get an ILS? ILS should show up here when we're picking that up. Trying to figure out why we stopped at 9,000 and didn't continue descending at all. Don't see an altitude restriction here, so I'm going to go ahead and oh, we had a top of descent at 1 minute 38 seconds from now. So we're okay. We'll just kind of, we won't descend very fast, and we'll catch up to that, I think. Maybe we'll go ahead and stick with 600 until we get down a little bit. Currently 200 knots. And I can't see what that speed restriction was. 180 here. Okay. Still in some dark clouds. Weather. So we should, looks like we'll get a clear patch maybe before we get to the airport here. Port vicinity. We're still a ways out. What does the down arrow mean on a mission in Neofly? Which one? Are you talking about like this one? This means their happiness is dropping. Oh, that? Yeah, no flight attendant. These are the rankings required, right? So this is like first officer guy or whatever. But yeah, this one's happiness. I've been letting my happiness drop. I was trying to get it back up to 100. I don't think I'm going to make it. Well, we're still pretty far out, shockingly. Like 10 minutes before our initial approach fix here. And then, if I'm not mistaken, we have to brake hard for the runway at the very last minute. Some weird way. Yeah, we like zig to the right here and then back to the left, and then we're on final. I'm not a fan of that kind of approach, but we're going to give it a shot. Might have to go around. I do not have a good track record on going around either. I usually like, there's the runway, and then turn my plane upside down to try and get down on the runway in time and smack into it. Outside. So I think we're still supposed to hit some thunderstorms up ahead. Maybe not too bad right here, but see. I'm surprised they only have light thunderstorms and don't have a heavy thunderstorm option. Let's see, what are our winds looking like? Right now, 10 cross and 28 headwind. I wonder if that's going to change the runway we should land on. Probably not. That'll be okay. I did try to land with like a 20 knot tailwind the other day and it did not go well at all. It's not recommended. I see a Mountain Man B. Mountain Man B. So if you're out there, Mountain Man B, shout out. Got some hungry passengers now. So as soon as the pillow distribution is done, I need to feed them again. People are so demanding. Bring your own food. All right. So we have pushed our top of descent out to 3 minutes now. So we're just kind of slowly descending. 74% happiness right now. All right, I missed it. So at 6,000 feet, we're supposed to come off standard barometer. And even auto setting it, we're at standard barometer 29.92. I'm not sure why that is. Not as critical on an ILS, more important on an RNAV or visual approach that you know your current altitude. ILS glide path will guide us correctly no matter what. Oh no! I have an outage at about 8:30 p.m. in the evenings, almost every day. Like, not a full outage, like a glitch. You know, I'll get that warning about low bandwidth in the game and everything. AT&T is messing with me because I'm using so much data. Have you looked at your data usage? I'm going through about a terabyte a month right now. Right. I love how it's this long, nice, smooth path in, and at the last minute it's going to be terrifying as we try and swerve into the airport here and get on the ILS. Lightning. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and go flaps 2 and get my gear down. Cat. Okay, we hit our 1800. So now we got 3 greens on the gear, and we just need to get our last notch of flaps down. Probably about the time we start these turns. My co-pilot. Yeah, and I dropped cable, so I just stream anything I'm gonna watch. Don't you know, Netflix, Hulu. Watching Wheel of Time. New episodes, season 3 started. Okay, this says we hold 1,800 feet until we get around this corner. Does that give us 4 nautical miles? I guess I actually, well, maybe even a little closer to 7. That's actually not too bad. Maybe it won't be as hectic as I thought. We got 84% happiness now. Let's try drinks. Drinks always makes everybody happier. Nobody's demanding anything yet, but how are we looking there? Okay, I can see the localizers come up here now. We have the right one, IBGH. We are 6.6 nautical miles. So if I'm up about 6, once we make it around this corner, we'll get our last notch of flaps down and we'll start slowing down to our final approach speed of 126. Thunderstorms. This should be our hopefully first real look at the airport. I haven't seen it yet. What do we got here? There we go. Last notch of flaps. Can we get approach mode on? Go. Switch to the localizer. We are below the glide path, so we should intersect with it as per protocol. We've got a nasty crosswind right now. 23 knot crosswind, 18 knot headwind. This is where you need that AI, ATC. Hey, vector me over to a better runway. Not sure what our other alternatives are at this particular airport either. That's the only one. We've got 21 or 3. Neither one of those look very good. I thought there was a cross one runway at this airport. Alright, so we're slowing down to our approach speed here automatically. beautiful. I need that crosswind to die down a little bit, or it's going to be very, very bumpy, and you'll see just how bad of a pilot I am. Going for it. I'm gonna hope the winds die down a little bit before we get on the ground.
300.
We've lost our wind for the most part.
Auto throttle.
Autopilot.
Minimums 200. 150. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20.
That was a harder landing than we like to see, pilot. Taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
What was that landing? 181 feet per minute? That's not terrible. Any taxiways. Where are we supposed to exit? Should we just go to the end here? Nice and foggy. That's what I would expect from London, though, right? Oh, we got some rain. Nice. Let's get taxi lights on. I don't really have an assigned parking or anything. I'm just gonna find a spot. In the rain.
Transporter, you can open the doors and begin the disembarkation.
We are in the rain. I think what we're supposed to do is get our APU on. Start that.
Transporter from dispatch. Disembarkation completed.
Here.
Thank you and good day.
Technically that should be off right now. Not sure why it was on and gliding.
Let's get out of here.
Once our APU starts up, we can turn on our generator. We can see the batteries are draining right now. They're negative amps. And now that that's on, APU gen will come on, bus tie will go to closed, and then your batteries will start recharging. And then you want to make sure your APU bleed is norm. So let's see, how did we do on our mission? So we got 639,000 for the main flight. Airplane rental cost us 125,000. We got 832 experience for that. 32 there, 53 for that. 25 for the VIP. So we're getting up there. A few more missions. We'll finally be senior captain. And David, have you done any of the exploration missions? These guys? Because I did this one, but you know, it cost me a significant amount of money to transport my pilot over there, and then back, and it cost me about as much as I get in gold. So my first one I only got 4 gold, which sells for whatever it is. What? Okay, gotta go here. 45,000 each, right? But it cost me like 80,000 to transport my character there and back. I did it on the stream the other day, if you're curious. But from what I understand, you have to own the aircraft. That's why I bought a helicopter. And you have to land near the place, and there's often not a good place to land. Another reason I did a helicopter. So I've been using that to do them. I did get it done, but it's just kind of not a whole lot of return for doing it. For missions from here. Whoa. Oh, that's the helicopter one. I'm like, that's not worth much. There we go. Oh, that's too long then. 1.4 million, that would be nice. See, I need that Embraer. Or the Bombardier. I need the Bombardier, that's what I need. I can't select. Oh, that's weird. Okay. I guess it was showing me everything. So I guess if you had like a 737, you could do those really long missions. Might need to do this one. Where's GQPP? Oh, down in Africa. Okay. That one might be doable, but where is it to? do you think? What should we do? I'm thinking I should do this one down to Africa. I think that's gonna have to wait for tomorrow though. Let's go look at yeah, Pico. This was that little place.
Hello, pilot. Let's see what's on the books for you today.
Well, that's some great weather.
Tower Dark Star Delta Sierra Tango 5711 at runway 27 ready for departure departing straight out.
I'm gonna clear up the weather once I get in the air. It's just a for fun flight anyway. If you keep it trimmed, it's not too bad. So this is that little island I was talking about. Stormy weather. I wonder how thick these clouds are, like if we wanted to climb out. How long would it take? But let's clear up the weather. Mountain. Oh yeah. the question is, can the Vision Jet fly upside down? Give it a shot. Oh, simulator can. Losing altitude. There we go. Now we're gaining altitude. I bet in real life they don't want you doing that. Probably void your warranty.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Airspeed. Airspeed. Up. Airspeed. Pull up. Airspeed. Pull up. Airspeed. Pull up.
Oh, come on. It wasn't that bad. Have I tried the photo mode in the game? The one where you take pictures of different areas? I couldn't get it to take a picture. What is it? Shift B. Yeah. But it doesn't take a picture for me. Like, I went into World Photographer, I went to the, the pyramids, and it would never do anything. I don't think this is taking pictures when I click take photo. But yeah, I tried it, but I couldn't take pictures of anything, so I kind of gave up. Well, that was weird. Like it was stuck on something.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
See if we can do the, I'll show you the Saab. Oops.
Tower Darkstar Delta Sierra Tango 5711 ready for departing straight out at runway 27.
I wish it would remember your sunlight settings. Yeah, so this is the cockpit of the Saab. It does have an autopilot. It can fly an ILS. Took a bit to figure out the ILS, like you have to click this thing and it has like the Boeing style ish, not exactly flight computer. Even with the loan? Don't know if we can get off the ground on this run.
Minimums, 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 minimums. Minimums, 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 minimums.
Oh, are you talking about leasing one or buying one? Because you can, I think, what is it you can get? Yeah, you rent one cheaper. At least that's what I did. Although I did 2 days of 152 missions before I figured out that you can rent one cheap and just take out a loan and get going. Yeah, I was flying the Saab a lot in career mode and I really enjoyed it. It flies like a smaller plane than it is.
Minimums.
Oh, I don't want to smack into the ocean here. Let's just go like 3,000. Autopilot's on. remember how heading works. I think this is the range of your hickeys. Here's the heading bug. There we go. So you can see your heading bug on here. We can go like that and then go heading mode. And we should turn. So right now we're just in pitch, climb. This is our current altitude. We're going to climb to, let's lower this actually. Let's just go to 2,000 feet. It does have a vertical speed mode. I think this is the vertical speed change. Yeah, there we go, 1,800. Course for ILS. Yeah, fun stuff. Reminiscent of a Boeing up here. Yikes. Power problems maybe? Sometimes my display will shut off whenever our air conditioner comes on. Fortunately it doesn't take down my computer, but so we have an ILS here, 109.35. Transfer 109.35, and our course should be somewhere around 205. Was I at? $27 and 09. I was looking at the wrong one. Nope, this does not have an ILS. Okay. Try to get this bird back to the airport and then call it a night. And I probably should have turned the other way. Yeah, it was kind of fun learning it. There's videos on it and stuff where people process through it. It is not a glass cockpit though. Although it does have the like newer style semi-glass, I guess. Thinking it's right over there on the edge of that land. Somewhere. I gotta bring up my cheat sheet, been a while. That little airport. Sounds. I do not remember the stall speed. That should be full flaps though. little floaty, so I'm guessing this is about as slow as we probably want to get. Marker.
Minimums, minimums, minimums.
Oops. Deadly. There we go. Stops pretty quick. Of course, this is just about empty. Turns like a whale. Hey, where'd that 77 go? He took my parking space. Alright. It's probably enough fun for tonight. Thanks for joining. Good to talk to you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, if you get a chance, give it a try. It's kind of a fun plane. Alright, have a good night all. I will catch you later.